And we are live. Hello, everyone that is seeing this live or as a rerun. You could be watching us from anywhere in the world or the United States, America here. And welcome. We'll be talking about some alien updates, some news, and chilling and gaming. And I'll be switching over to the other screen now. Alright. So, hello everybody. I hope everybody has been having a great week. And also, I know that I have been doing very well and seeing chat. Mary Toodles says hi, hello. Nice to see you, Mary. And also, there's been some recent stuff going on over in the war in the Middle East. There's been a conflict with a ship. There's been some new things coming out about the aliens. So it's all very interesting stuff, and we're going to be doing gaming, as I usually do on here. And I'll be talking about some things. And let's go to this other window. Now I'll be switching over to the windows since I explained everything that I need to explain. Okay. And now I'll be launching the game. Do this again. Okay, good. It worked this time. Hello, Mary, and she says, pirate ship and a spaceship. Yeah, there you go. And a fun fact, today is the first day of Hanukkah, so those people that celebrate Hanukkah, shout out to y'all. And it's the Jewish holiday. And also, it's a nice festive season. And for some reason, there we go. Now everybody can see that. Alright, let's start playing. If you notice for a second the Christmas themed things in the game, it was pretty cool. Another thing I could do on here is gaming as well. Yes, Mary, you have a lot of Christmas lights going on. It's a very festive season. That wasn't supposed to, well, that's not supposed to happen. Yeah, I don't want there to be music. That's not what I want. Oops. Okay. The reason why I shut down the game is I'm having some kind of a problem. I don't want there to be sound on the game because of copyright issues. I don't want it to happen. So, because I'm having some kind of an issue with this software stuff on it's this caster thing I have, and it's not working right, and I don't want it to be producing a sound, so I don't really, because I don't. What I do is I have it in a different window. I don't have it in the window of the game. So explain. So that the software I have, I usually have the sound off on the game because of the copyright, and this thing isn't working right, so it's playing the sound when I don't want it to be playing a sound. So yeah, I might not play the game until I can figure out what the problem is. And I'm probably already going to have I could already have copyright issues already, so I didn't know it was going to do that. But yeah, so that's a perplexing situation. Okay. Yeah, because I don't want there to be a copyright problem, Mary. Usually when I play this game, I don't have the music playing because the caster, the software I have, it's not working right, and I wasn't supposed to. Y'all weren't supposed to hear any sound from it because I don't want to have copyright problems. Okay, Mary. So what I did was the software I have is I have I have this software to produce sound for like the calls and stuff and for the game, and earlier when I was trying it out it was not working at all when I was testing it, and it looks like it's not working with the computer to so I can't like select it to not, because usually I would select a different window, like you could select different applications this thing will play sound from. So I have a certain like application I have that isn't open, so it's not supposed to play any sound, but it's playing a sound. So I probably can't play the game because I don't, although I probably have a copyright issue perhaps, I don't really know. So I don't want to like risk something like that to happen in the game. But I could see maybe I could try something here. I'll try something again where I can mute. Okay, let's try this again and tell me if y'all hear any music. All right, I'm gonna try this again and tell me if y'all hear anything. No, it's just the YouTube mechanism is going to detect something, even if it's played for like a second. And I did everything I could for that to not happen. Because YouTube's like I know they're trying to protect themselves from copyright issues, and I like their platform, but that's something I think I don't really agree with, because they could just do anything to the stream. Now, is this? Let's see. Can y'all hear this or not? Like, tell me, can y'all hear any sound from the game? Like, Mary, can you hear anything? Okay, good. Alright. Because I don't even know if there's a copyright thing. Okay. Because it looks like the thing's just, it's not working right. Alright. So that there's no sound from the game. Alright, good. Alright. Okay, Mary, thank you. Alright, so now we could go back to playing this. Yes, this is Cuba. Just, in my opinion, I think the copyright claims are extremely annoying. They're very annoying. I hate them. really much, very much. I don't like that's just something that agitates me. But I don't, let it bother me, get to me. Yes, it's 11 p.m. Make a Wish. Hey, Mary, thanks. Usually the thing, it works well. It works well usually. And it might, because I think I've played it before by mistake and it didn't do anything. It might not even trigger a copyright response from the YouTube automated system, but I don't really know either way. It'd be interesting to see what happens. Yeah, and this is me versus some alligators. Alright. In the game. Yeah, so I would have to get that checked out about the software to see what's wrong with it. I've updated it. I'm not too sure what the problem is. I'm going to probably test some things out with that. Yeah, Mary, she says alligator about to the swamp. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, one time, now, the copyright things, I could refute them, and I could dispute a copyright claim. Anybody can. It's a lot of, unnecessary nonsense to deal with. Unless if I'm, like, was intentionally reacting to something. And just in this situation, I don't want to do that. Oh yes, it is. But of course, if I have to deal with something, I'll deal with something. But it's kind of unnecessary, and that's not the kind of situation I'm trying to bring myself into here. And those are the chickens. And I don't know if I really need the caster thing for the different stuff. I have to see. I might not really need it for like the calls and stuff. I don't think I really need it. Alright, so I'm about to go set off and sail. Okay. Here we go. Over here. Alright. Now I'm sailing. Nice big ship. now it's time to go get some ships. Time to go and attack now. So yeah, so basically, so now enough from the drama earlier about the music stuff. Basically, so down here in Louisiana, it's getting colder. It's nice, cool weather going on. And also, basically, I like the cooler weather, and also I have some plants that like it, but some other plants are like tropical plants. They're not really big fans of staying out that late. Oh yeah, that's right. We don't want it too cold for the cats, and I wouldn't really want to be too cold either myself. So yeah, shout out to the cats, and it's good that they have blankets and things like that to keep warm. Now I'm about to ram into this ship. Good evening, turning guns, Billy. Nice to see you, man. So it's getting pretty cool down here, and also the weather is changing. I uploaded a short about my autumn leaves. They're doing pretty good. And I always like the autumn. It's very nice. And yeah, this ship is much faster than the other one. Very cool. And it has it, I can shoot from two sides. I'm fighting two wars. That's pretty cool. I'm fighting two different ships at the same time from a distance. And I'm going to turn this way in the game. And we're going to go ahead in the other ship and hit it. Well, Mary, the leaves, if you look in the backyard, they're there. And I don't, but you haven't seen the short yet, I don't think. I don't know if you commented on it. Yeah, because that tree, when I was a little kid, it was very good at turning different colors. And basically, as I got older and older, I knew when it would get bigger, it would be very a very beautiful tree in the spring. I mean, not in the spring, in the autumn. Well, in all seasons, but I like the different colors on the trees. Now I'm fighting multiple ships. What? Getting into all these different conflicts. And turning guns, I hope you're having a great day. Everything's going well with you. now we're going this way, and we're going to go here. Now we're going to go and divide this up. Oh, I know. So that's like some a mythology or a legend that. So one time I grew a radish to its fullest that I could possibly go to. And the radish and it became a humongous bush. And this tree we have resembles the bush. But it's not a radish tree because, in my opinion, I don't think like a radish would turn into a tree. It would turn into a bush. But it's some kind of tree. It's some kind of a tree because in autumn it changes colors. It's really interesting because they always like Turning Guns and everybody listening or watching a rerun. Basically, they always say in New Orleans and like Louisiana, there's no down here. You don't have any trees that change colors. That they don't do that here, but they do that here. Because like I remember when I was a kid, I would see it. You know, it would be like a red bush. It's just that certain trees do and certain trees don't. Well, that's good, Turning Guns. I'm glad to hear that. I ended that ship's whole career. Yeah, Turning Gun says that he was cleaning up the butcher shop today, tomorrow finishing up the walk in the cooler. It was a decent day. That's good. I'm glad to hear. Oh yeah, there. I mean, I believe there can be a radish tree, certainly, and that's something to go and try out. These ships are sinking. It's not the best side, but we're going to go and I sunk 3 of the ships. That's great. Now it's time to repair. Alright, now I'm repairing the ship. So when I repair my own ship, it's much cheaper because I do it for free. And chatted with some friends today, and I went into. I cut the front grass. I did a couple different things. I was getting ready for this. Alright. Yeah, Turning Gun said that he had to take a half hour nap when he was done. Yeah, it sounds like a full job. It certainly does. I'm sure you were tired. It's always good to get a little nap. Good to get rest. Very important. And glad to have you here with us on the spaceship. Pumping the water out. That went pretty good. That went quickly. All right, here we go. Pumping water out the ship. Oop, I missed that. Oh, okay. Here we go. I'll get this time. Pumping water out. Here we go. That's good. Now we're gonna do this, the saw. Nice. Perfectly. The braces in this game, it used to have a cross brace that you had to connect and it would take a little while. I'm glad they made it more simplistic. And they made some things even more difficult in the game. They kind of went back and forth with some things. Didn't work out. Okay. Oh, I didn't know that, Turning Guns. Thank you for sharing. Alright. Alright, now we're gonna go and attack some ships. In Scurvy Bay. We're gonna take out all these ships. Yeah, and he's asking me what we after. I'm like, we're after this ship over here. I was really descriptive. And I'll say like what the dude said, Turning Guns specifically. The HMS Victory, they could pump up to 80 gallons of water in a minute. In a minute. That is a lot. Wow. That's impressive. Charge. Ooh, I sunk that thing, right? Darn. I sunk that thing immediately. The other ship would have just kind of dented it. It's like a tank. All right, we getting them treasure. Yeah, we upgrading. All right, we upgrading. I got a winter chest. All right, and everything's reloading, and that's good. All right, so we're attacking this zombie pirate ship. Hit it in the front. Okay. That ship's holding up pretty good. It's taking a lot of heat. It's gone now. Now we have this other ship coming through. Scurvy Shallows. We talked about Scurvy the other day. It was pretty cool. You know, there's a lot of ships by Raven's Cove. You know, contrary to what you would think, there is a lot of ships here. Sail ships would attack from windward side, literally to the wind from the opponent's sails. I didn't know that, but that makes sense. Like, I probably knew it, but not in that exact terminology. Yeah, we have the skull and bones, and there's a bounty hunter somewhere. Oh, I see him. There's a couple of them. Oh, we got this. All right. All right, let's dance. Let's go. There's a bounty hunter coming. We sunk one of the little ferret ships. And we're at the advantage against this bounty hunter. Yeah, it's like every time I try to hit it. Okay, he got him. Alright, good. A bounty hunter is a Karen. Bounty hunter Karen's after me. I'm at the advantage of it because of this other ship's faster than the other one that I had before. Bounty hunters are funny. Yeah, so the Karens are after us. Get into a den of ships here. Okay. What was for dinner? I had chicken nuggets and some yellow rice. That's what I had. And also, my mom can make really good like dishes and things also. But tonight, that's what I had. It was very good. How like a combination of different things. All right. Be a little bit distant. I'm being a little bit distant with the ship, so it doesn't go and turning guns. What did you have for dinner? This thing's glitching. And I like different soups and things also. And you know, last night I think I had some meatloaf. Well, that sounds very good. Turning guns sounds good. I also had some barbecue sauce. It's very good. We're hitting them good. Oh, and also what I had, I forgot to mention. I love chicken nuggets. I also had avocado with and salad, like in a salad with like lettuce. Or something. I'm not sure if it was lettuce. Mary can explain what it was, like what exactly what it was called, but it was very good. So I like to have, as I said before, I have like a combination of different things. You're right, turning guns. I understand what you mean. Whoa. We're gonna get close to Tortuga, so we can be around there. Let's see. In the game, they're all angry at me because I've achieved a high level. You see how this ship is much faster than the other one. Now we're about to hit some ships for fun. We achieved plunder, and now I'm gonna dock. See how we do with this. Here we go. Be very careful here. So I have the Navy after me and a bounty hunter after me at the same time. I've achieved the highest level in the game, pirate-wise. And I'm ahead of the enemy. And I completely missed. Wow. See, this ship's much better. I can get away easier. Yeah, there we go. We have the advantage of them. Burning both of them. And so, we're destroying both of these ships at the same time. Hilarious. Hello, Essie. Glad to see you, buddy. I'll respond to what y'all saying in a moment. See, look, Chad, I defeated that one. And then we'll go and bring in the loot. And Essie, I got a much faster ship. There we go. And Grande. So, you see, turning guns, this is a Grande ship right here. And it must have skipped something, and there's a bounty hunter. Well, now we're going to zoom out. That ship's almost done. Yeah, that one's almost done. But this goof came out here. This bounty hunter goof came out here, and okay, relax, Hans, relax, Hans alien. Oh, I did it pretty good. Okay, here we go. Rest in peace, En Grande. All right, now let's finish this one off. Everybody, take cover. Brace yourself. We're about to mess this thing up. All right, here we go. So I didn't want to be too far from the port. And I missed again. I missed again, but I'm glad I got my friend on board. My buddy that's helping me destroy these ships. The Navy has some like real slow response going on here from when we go and take these ships. Alright, here we go. About to hit that one. And it didn't. And there's two of them. Outclassed, outmatched. Let's just go into the shore. Let's see. Alright, that's better. I don't need both of them ganging up on me like that. Alright, I docked. Alright. Now, basically, so... Yeah. My friend, Sam, in the game, that helped me do that whole thing, said, well done. Yeah, he told me, well done. So in the game, I reached the highest level, and I got the whole Navy and the bounty hunters after me, and we defeated all of them. And I told him, thank you so much. Let's see. Just curious what this would do. Armor. Okay. Alright, and basically we have the armor, and yeah, different things you can add to it. So I need 5 more to, and some more iron, and I could upgrade the hull of the ship, or add one of these things. These are like different things you could add to the ship. Now I'm gonna look at what y'all were saying in the chat. Let's see. SE says, turning guns. Hey brother, how are you? And he says, Mary, hello. And he says, alien. Hey alien. You know, as I said earlier, hello SE. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw a red dot. Some red dots appearing in the chat, and I knew who it was. And also, and turning guns meant to see like Wyoming. So Mary says, turning guns, I meant they seem like Wyoming and Kansas would be clean, like here in New Orleans, not so clean in the general area, because they must be talking about something. And then, remember when I saw you, and think you commented about college, yes, he went to Pitt. And also, but yeah, Grande reminds you of Starbucks. Yeah, they have a lot of Grande drinks at Starbucks. And also, and Turning Gun says, oh Mary, I got you. Yeah, it's about Spotless, and WY and KS is decent. Okay, that's good. The dirtiest place I visit is probably Salt Lake in Utah. It's a wreck. I know about Salt Lake. I know about that place. I have some friends up there in that area. Turning Gun surprised about Salt Lake, St. George, and Dapper seem to have popular places, he thinks. Well, I think Pitt and nursing program, that's probably why I may have mentioned that. And Mary says, on the bridge side of the occasion parade or something, practicing a jazz music instrument, we take the good with the bad. Yeah, exactly. And Turning Gun says he lived outside of New Orleans when he was a kid. I did not know that. That's really cool. What a coincidence. Chat's having a really cool conversation. I like that. And let's see if they fix something here. Okay, good. Now we're on this dude's ship. So this ship we're on, chat, is my friend that has helped me in the game with my ship. And this ship is called a sloop. And it's the kind of shit that Blackbeard has. And also, yeah, and I'm telling him in the game that they had a ship like this. Yeah, I'm telling him about Blackbeard. And like, you know how I was talking about Blackbeard? Me and my friend and I in this game, it's like it reflects the Blackbeard story. And she says, Mary says, alien. I also said the red and white sails in the pirate ship reminded of a candy cane. Oh yeah, that's good. That's a good comparison. All right, let's see. Now we're on his ship. And let's see. And also put y'all in this other window. Put y'all over here. All right. go. All right. Let's see. Keeps jumping a little bit. Okay. All right. Facts. Facts. And also in the game, as I said, my friend that helps me out, now we're on his ship. All right, let's. I'm gonna get this out of here so we can go and attack. Shooting bullet at ship. There we go. Nice. This is good. I'm telling you, he asked me if I need the phantoms, and I said I just need them for fun. And also, SC went down to the strip district for lunch, and he said he had a friend in New Orleans. He used to send the coffee with Kickory from New Orleans, the brand name Good Day, if you remember correctly. We're hitting the zombie pirate ship. Now I'm going to repair his ship. Because he likes to repair mine. And we're going to do this. Do here. Alright. So we're cleaning this out. Alright, now we're hammering. Alright, ship's repaired. Well, that's good, turning guns. Thanks for sharing that. You thanked me for repairing a ship, and now I'm saying you're welcome. Alright, here we go. Hitting it with lightning. Now grapes. Now we're hitting them really hard, and there we go. We got more treasure. Awesome. Yes, Mary, it's based off of the ghost ship from the pirate movie, actually. Oh, look at that ship. LOL. Yeah, dude had no sails, huh? Ah. Alright, here we go. Up here. Ah, come on. It's a good angle from here. I like this view. Ooh, it moved quickly. Alright, here we go. Getting the bounty hunter from this angle. It keeps jumping around. Alright, good. We got it. Hitting them with the cannons. Oh yeah, that's a good idea, Mary. I think they do have Christmas designs for the sails, but yeah, that's pretty cool. Yeah, coffee's good. Turning guns, do you like tea? Just curious. Oh yeah, playing Christmas music, right? Oh yeah, we got some good plunder here. Yeah, and these bounty hunters are very fast. All right. Yeah, the ship with the striped sails. Yeah. Okay, now we're getting this. Ooh, there's not even anything there. So this is an epic battle with one of these ships. Yeah, Turning Gun says tea, not too much. Sweet tea in the summer, good once in a while. Okay, I understand. I like both. I love tea. We're getting the bounty hunter ship good. Now I leveled up completely to 29. Wow. We're hitting all this. That's funny. It just went down. I got some dynamite now. Alright, here we go. We're hitting these ships. And SE, I hope your day went well if you're still here. We're making a lot of plunder here. Turning guns, my day went well. Today I got some things done I needed to get done, and chatted with some people. It was good. I liked it. Thanks for asking. Yeah, we're all sinking these ships. It's pretty cool. See where we are on the map. Alright. Alright, so we're still battling on the sea. These bounty hunters and things, they always sink. That's what it certainly seems. Alright, we did pretty good. Did very well. In my friendship. Yeah, this is the look around. This is the type of ship that Blackbeard had. Didn't notice it was like that. Alright. Make it a little bit more. Filling up the screen. Alright. Now it's more full. Didn't notice it was like that. It's really cool about the treasure and stuff. Alright. But yeah, he did. Yeah, SE did have one. He had one, and I saw a part of it. Yeah, that's good. It's good he put that out. All right. Okay, SE. Glad to hear you're still around. And yes, he uploaded a video. That's good. This is my friend's other ship. He's saying the slowest ship makes it easier to gun. Ships are so interesting. We have some more royal chests. That's good. All right. Okay. We're getting this one right here. Now we are in Bloody Bayou. All right. Yeah, the slowest ship works better. All right. Here we go. Let's hit this. I wonder, like, when these ships, when they were on the water, like, they were able to just, if there's no wind, they just probably didn't move. Because there was, like, no engine in it. Which I know a lot about these ships. But I do think the concept of the sailing ship's interesting. So in this game, we're going and attacking more of them, and we have a bigger crew and a bigger ship. It's a little bit slower. The other one was a little bit too quick. Yes, turning guns, drifting due to the current. Because like since it didn't have it now, this game it's like a fictional thing. You can just move it around, but like now they'll have like these engines, but back then it just they moved. If there's no wind or anything, it doesn't. It just like stays there. But I doubt it would. The water would always be calm and not have any kind of wind. This game, it's so cool when all the crew comes together. It's absolutely amazing. And yes, turning guns. The concept of heaving, I think, yeah, I think I know what that means, but you could explain more about what you mean by that. I appreciate it. Nice. They sunk it. Now it's time to saw. Alright. I did not know that turning guns. Turning Guns says there is a place in the South Pacific near the equator called doldrums. I've heard of the doldrums. That you can go weeks without wind. Yeah, that sounds like a horrible nightmare for a ship like this. 7 to 9 days is typical. That's something we'll look at in a little bit. All right. Yeah, this is getting really good. Really good. Let's look at this. It's very interesting to pilot one of these things from this angle. It's like you're used to seeing like a windshield, but this or like even a ship. You have like a window, but you have this giant thing in the way. But I understand that's not completely how it worked. Look, that's a pink ship out there. I like that. Useless kitty. Oh, Blackbeard ship. They in our way. Useless kitty. Yeah, the Queen Anne's Revenge. That's Blackbeard ship. We're hitting. Oh, nice. Everybody's attacking Blackbeard ship. Okay, here we go. I'll tell the crew. Okay, he said Turning Guns says in the mid-Atlantic. He thinks it's called. From Florida or the Virgin Islands, by the way. All right. That's very interesting, Turning Guns. Thank you, and I'll look it up after I'm done with the game part. All right, good. Uh-oh, here we go. Right here. So, there's a couple of Navy ships that are attacking us. We have quite a big crew. Tortuga's the only one that's open. The pirate port. Oh yeah, we're doing pretty well with this. And also another thing I always thought was interesting about the sea is the coral reefs. I like that. Sunk immediately. Turning Guns. I read everything you said, but I'll go over it again. So you can get caught. Well, first we'll go. There is a place in the South Pacific near the equator called the Doldrum. No, I think yeah. I think I might have seen something I missed. Maybe. Let's see. There is a place in the South Pacific near the equator called the Doldrum that you can go weeks without wind, 7 to 9 days typically. And you can get caught in the mid-Atlantic Ocean like that as well, crossing over to Spain. Okay, I think that was the part that I may have not have seen that part. I read everything else. The Mid-Atlantic High, I think it's called, from Florida or the Virgin Islands, by the way. And okay, so I read that part about Spain. Thanks. Yeah, we're getting them good. I like that ship, the Useless Kitty. That's based. All right, getting some more of these ships. Yeah, so we got the loot, and we're going to dock now. That's what we're going to do now. That's the moon. Right that way. Bounty Hunter literally right behind us. Well, nice sky. It's a nice sunset. All right, we docked. Bark is a type of ship. I didn't know that. Thanks. A couple of people hanging out here and chilling. And you got some snowmen, some pirate snowmen here that look like Jack Sparrow. My friend, he told me to take care. I told him you too. All right. Okay, Essie. Thank you for the update. Hello, Mary. Nice to have you here still. Turning Gun says something really cool, as usual. He says in the 18th century, the Royal Navy used the term bark for a nondescript vessel that did not fit its usual categories. And before that, he says bark is a sailing ship with at least three masts, of which all but the one at the stern is rigged with square sails. Wow. I didn't know about that either. That's really cool. Okay. All right. Yeah, I pointed out the moon, he said. Yeah. So basically, they had the moon in the game, and I like that. And come on, mouse. The mouse is being goofy. Go fight this undead thing. Yeah, right on. Yeah, because I love the moon. That's something I love. It's like, although I like daytime and I like the sun and all, I also like the darkness and I like the moon. I love nighttime. As you all could obviously tell, I like nighttime. And you got this British soldier that's just chilling here in the middle of a swamp. And that's not just for no reason. So the guy, Samuel, the dude that helps me out, I made him the leader, like the captain of my crew. And we had a great plunder. And you got like a promotion on the pirate ship. Also, technically the spaceship too, in another sense. And also I like that because I was thinking about like the gaming streams and stuff, and I'm glad that I have the gaming stream and I do multiple topics about things like with the videos and different stuff. I'm glad that I did that. And like my shorts are real diverse. Yes, Turning Guns, I do. He's a good musician. He had like a TV show back in the early 2000s I used to watch. That's how I knew about him. He was wild. Got like a zombie thing just like chilling there in the dust. It says the Royal Navy is they have a plunder fleet, a fleet of plunder. Killed some of the enemies. Yes, turning guns. I think it was called the Osborns. We could go look it up later. If yeah, I might look it up later. But so that's what I think it was called. Yeah. Well, you know what? I can look it up right now. Actually, I'm not like on a boat or anything. Yeah, it was called the Osborns. 2002. You know, and also the guild has not been on here for a long time. Yes, turning guns. I do agree with that. I think his brain is frazzled. Yeah, absolutely. Oh yeah, I agree. Turning guns. That's nice. It's a stocking, some stockings, and some Christmas. And they're hanging over the fireplace. I like that. That's very Christmas. All right. Yeah, it's very eccentric for sure. Turning guns. I like that. A Christmas to the Caribbean. I like that. It's a gunpowder shop somewhere around here. Let's see. It's up here. Let's see. Get some more nice and decorated for Christmas in here. Target practice. Some guns. This is like an old gun shop. Like from that time period. Yeah, this is like where you could buy the different dynamite. I mean, different things for the ship. That way, next time when we go on board, we'll have more ammunition when we're in that situation again. All right. Yeah, Christmas in the Caribbean. Okay. Okay, it looks like I was able to build up what I need to get to repair and do different things with the ship. Nice. Awesome. 33. So colors, something interesting to look at. This is like Christmas colors, but it also reminds you of like a Viking ship. And we have these different things on the ship, and it's really cool. I mean, the different sails. Yeah, Tortuga is in Haiti. Yeah, because it's based off the old pirate fort that they used to go and attack. I mean, not. I mean, they used to go and like hang out there. And here we have that. So I was able to reach the threshold that I was aiming towards. So I'm looking at these different types of things they have in the sales, and also I'm about to look at Turning Guns' comment. He says in the 17th century, Tortuga was the major center and haven of the Caribbean piracy. Its tourist industry and references in many works have made it one of the most recognized regions of Haiti. So saying Christmas of the Caribbean is geography correct, and I feel he feels better now. Well, there you go. I'm glad that you do, and I do too. A great relief about that. Hola, Latina. Welcome. And I'm just like going through the game and like looking at the different options I have. I could, repair the ship. I could do a couple different things. We had some epic gaming earlier with the others. And so, yeah, basically, this is some lime. Geographically. Yeah, okay. That makes more sense. Yeah, and these are just the different colors. I'm going to add one of them. I like the black sails. That's really cool. Same time, I like that because it reminds me of the Vikings, like a cliche Viking like painting or something or drawing of them. Although it's a Christmas themed thing. Here's the fleet. You have that. And it's turquoise. Well, that's interesting. It looks like a candy cane. Pink. That. You have rose. You have black. It's going to hinder the speed. It would help the armor. Yeah, Latina. You and I both agree about autocorrect because it's like I've had the same problem too, and I've also had the same problem with texting with people for since high school. It's like hood to see you again, but it's not. It's good to see you again, Shirley man. It does, Latina, but it's like autocorrect. It's basically just the technology trolling. It's like I want to go troll this human right here. Yeah, it's pure cringe. Yeah, good constantly changing the hood. That happens even in Latina. That even happens in real life. Good sometimes changes into hood. It happens in some of the best cities. A little bit of a joke right there. And also, so basically, these are the different things like with the ship to add. So it would hinder the speed a little bit. So it shows you that the upgrades they make to the ship and like how it would affect the ship. Yes, Latina. I know what you're talking about. People like that. Yeah, some people like they get too excited about that. Yeah. With this is level refined force with metal plated bolted to the bull. You won't move very fast, but you'll get there in one piece. Armor 18% speed minus 5% turning 100% cargo 100%. And let's say speed armor 100% speed 10% turning negative 10. So like they have pros and cons to it. So I think the best upgrade for the this would be level 1 cargo. The crew quarters have been covered into another cargo mold. You can sleep on the crater on and the crates. Armor 10%, speed 100%, turning 100%, cargo 125%. It looks like it's a win-win for everybody. Right. And then you have the sail color, the sail color. And Turning Gun says he sucks at spelling. It takes months to retain the spell check. Yeah, and also learning something. If you're learning a new word or a new thing, it can take time because great things take time, and it's best for people to not be hard on themselves, especially with technology. I mean, autocorrect's annoying. Sure is. Yeah, that black's a good color. That's how I would do it. Now what I want to do is try to get out of this window. Let's see. Acronyms. So let's see if it's going to let me do that. Ah, there it is, the exit button. Yeah, before I didn't quite see where that was. I'm going to probably go and sail to an island and fight something. Ow. I'll probably change the sail color to black when I do it. Black heart straight. Alright. Ten knots. Alright. Now it's time to fight. Fighting these weird crab things. Boom. Let's cast this on this thing. I'm casting magic on this crab thing. I got him. Yeah, turning guns. Will you put the definition of that in the chat? Thanks. Oh, I got some treasure. Something I don't need. Attacked me. This little thing attacked me. This big scary monster attacked me. Okay, here we go. We're poking this thing. It's almost done. Poke. Okay. Now let's use the sword. You got some wasps over here. Alright. Alright, here we go. I made the wasp mad. I taunted him. It's funny. Hey over here, and the thing gets angry. It's like these wasps speak English. Okay, acronym. Abbreviation form for the initial letters of other words and pronounced as a word. ASCLL or II. NASA abbreviations and acronyms are necessary in chat SMN communication. Arr, fighting a wasp. Now I'm going to leave this island and go out here into another part of the game. With the driftwood, now we're going to go over this way to this island. Oops. I did not mean to do that. But we're going to have to go and fight this thing. I'd already sunk and I got no treasure from it. Well, that was a mistake. This is an interesting island. Oh yeah. We got some more wasps in this one. I'm going to take this broad thing out. And we're going to go charge. We're going to go in here. See what's inside this cave. Queen's Nest. Alright, here we go. Complete war. I'm ending the career of all these weird things. Okay, here we go. Charge. It's a Venus flytrap. This thing is probably better to do it like this. Shooting it. Backs against the wall. Alright. Might have to do something like this. Yeah, we've been over here before. Yeah, so this is where all these wasps are. On this island. So this is an island of wasps. Those are the wasp nests. And this is the other side of the island. Oh. Okay, we went there, and we've been to Raven's Cove. Let's look on the map. Well, I see the one right over there I want to go to. That way. Straight ahead. A full charge. We're going at 19 knots. Now it dropped to 10 knots. We're almost at the destination. Passing up Cuba. Bloody Bayou. Now we're heading into this other island. We're going to see some other kind of creatures. Because like an island is like a different level. Okay. We got some crabs here. Uh-oh. Yeah, and also Latina just mentioned December 7th is Pearl Harbor Day. Yeah, Latina's back in another time. She's back in like in a time machine. She's back in the past, and I'm in the future. And so basically, it's the day of Pearl Harbor when the Japanese attacked the Pearl Harbor. Many people died, and that was one of the attacks on the United States. Then there would be 9/11 later, way in the future. And my grandparents were little babies around that time, and like my grandma will talk about like growing up during that war, which is it's interesting to hear about. And in New Orleans, there's a World War II museum, and it's like being in that time period. There's like a little restaurant thing in there, and you're able to go and be in the bar. It's not a bar, but it's kind of like a place like that. And it's so cool. It's like being back in time. And Turning Guns said 20 knots is super fast for a sailboat. I know. I know. You know, of course, like, the reasoning behind it is like, in this fictitious game, they do a lot of things beyond dimensions. And also, it's the first day of, for the Jewish people, it's their first day of Hanukkah. That's doing pretty good. This gun's doing pretty good. And this thing's like a much higher level. Yeah, see? Hell yeah. Yeah. You got that right, Latina. Ha, he's running away. He's running away. Now he's running towards me. I'm ending his career. He's running away. Come back here. Part of the ship, part of the crew. Oh, Mary, these are characters from the Flying Dutchman. Because they're talking about part of the ship, part of the crew. They're talking about things in a pirate movie. And these are not the these are the zombie undead crew of Davy Jones and this island. Wow, I knew these things were that. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. This thing just oh. I know why this thing just doesn't die because it's the undead. But it was running away from me, but it's also the undead. Oh, I know what's happening. It's part of the ship, part of the crew, so it dies and like comes back like it's in hell. That's why you see that's why it runs away because it just can't die. It's like they talk about stories of people going like seeing it, having near death experiences and seeing that bad place. People will die and come back like over and over. So this thing just can't die. And it'll saying things like from the pirate movie. So this is the cave of people from the Flying Dutchman. You'll see here how you have these like crustaceans and these barnacles and these coral reefs and things growing on the sides of the walls. It's because it's like the Flying Dutchman. And I'll say from the Pirates of the Caribbean, my one of my favorites is that basically with the Pirates of the Caribbean, they have this situation where they do this thing with the Flying Dutchman, how the second one to me has the best one because it has those creatures from that movie. Drink some water. And Latina, that is true what you're saying. That did happen, and they were in error for doing that. Absolutely, but without Jesus doing that, we wouldn't have salvation. And his calling on people are irrevocable, in my opinion. So even if some of them are in error, he obviously has favored them greatly, and they had victory over all their enemies. Because he's not going to take away the promise he made to a specific group of people from a bloodline. But I do agree that they're absolutely, need to repent in an error for a lot of things, in my opinion. And yes, Latina, I'm walking backwards shooting a zombie. because in the game, because we've dealt with the undead pirates that are zombies, like the skeleton ones, and also But these zombies are like from the Black Pearl. I mean, from the Flying Dutchman. And basically, they just don't die. They're like real. They're more zombie than the other thing. The other things are kind of like from Barbossa's crew, and this one, these are from like so the Pirates of the Caribbean one. There is a story about the yeah the Pirates of the Caribbean one. They had like the zombie skeleton pirates, and then in the second one they had these kind of things that you're seeing here, and they have to do with Davy Jones. So there we go. This is where the Davy Jones pirates are at, and I'm just kind of walking through it and showing you all the different things. And also like with those people, they are like, they don't like, they may do some things that may be an error, but they were able to accomplish a lot of things. Even if they do things that are bad, they still, it looks at me, I'm on fire. That's kind of funny. They were still able to control and do a lot of different things, even if they may have not have always used certain gifts for a righteous cause. Still, they're very clever, indeed. But Latina, I understand what you're saying, and it's like, sometimes people want to find a scapegoat for something, like they'll try to blame a certain group of people for their own shortcomings. I think it's best to people to take responsibility for their own actions, in my opinion. Like the Germany did a lot of things that was wrong, although they also went through stuff, but they still did a lot of bad things, and they lost. I have connection to Germany, and also communist people that are like communists. They'll like blame like the rich, the wealthy, and they don't take like responsibility for their own shortcomings. So I do think people should be aware of to not of like liberal ideologies, because it could be disguised as different things, and I think that certain groups actually benefit from being persecuted, so the ones that are not right can do what they want to do more easily. They say, "Oh, look what these people said about me. We have to do this now." So those that anger you can control you, in my opinion. Also, and Turning Gun says there are 12 different tribes of Judah. They all call themselves Jewish. So there's that. Mm-hmm. And also, it's like we could see throughout history how they, every like the Egyptians enslaved them. All these different groups came against them, but they somehow keep on, succeeding. And my German kin were, not my. I don't know about my relatives in Germany per se. I don't. My family came here in the 1800s, but the people of Germany like went against them and they lost. And but as I said, people can do what they want to do, because Jesus comes back. He'll come on the Mount of Olives, and he will. Although they were in error for rejecting them, they still, in my opinion, will certainly see that he is who he is later on and accept him. But this doesn't mean they're not in error, in my opinion, theologically. And I believe that people have the freedom of speech to say what they want to say about certain things. People shouldn't be censored. Now I'm going to go to the King's Head Island. Alright, here we go. God doesn't go back on his promises. And, like, if God wanted to defeat a certain group of people, he would do it already. It would be done in his own timing. If that's what he wanted to do, and if people aren't defeated and they just keep on succeeding and winning and conquering their enemies, then it's what God wanted to happen for whatever reason. And also, Turning Gun says the tribe of Abraham Jacob is the line of Jesus. So what's to say which actually is the tribe responsible for the crucifixion of Jesus is probably hard to say. At least haven't got to that part in my own research yet. Understood, Turning Guns. And it's the Pharisees were very corrupted, and they betrayed Jesus, and Jesus said they're vipers, venomous vipers, and he definitely told the people of that time their error. And clearly, in my opinion, it's Jesus is, as we all agree on, he is the Messiah, and they rejected it. And also it says they're a stiff-necked people, so they're going to be, very set in their ways about things and not being open to stuff because it's clearly who it is. And a lot of them are also atheistic, also. So it's a very complex situation. And it's unfortunate, and I can understand the frustration over them, of course. And so it's not attacking anybody like directly. And I'm just saying about this, the points. Some of the points I could see, but I don't want people to be too emotional about it. It's not the people, it's just the idea. But yes, I totally agree that they're in error. But then again, the prophets in the Bible talked about him being crucified, and it happened so we could have salvation. And if he didn't do that, we would all go to hell and we die. But then again, they rejected him. But then again, he returns, and then they accept him. But there will be, and really, it's best to pray for people like them that rejected him, and a lot of atheistic ones that would support woke policies and things like that, and that God could help them see their errors, because this Antichrist would come, and they're going to think that's who it is. And as we talked about, it could possibly be some type of alien thing. They probably have something to do with it, the fallen angels. And throughout the biblical history, they always did that. But so even before our modern times, they always did stuff like that. But God always, since he made a promise to Abraham and his descendants, he chose to deliver them and free them in spite of all these situations. But that doesn't mean that they're not in error. So that's the point, that people may think that, yes, being a Christian, that's God's chosen people, of course. But then he also made a promise to certain people of a certain bloodline that he would bless them with victory, and they're still part of God's plan. But then again, people that would have that high position going against God would have a greater punishment if they went against him also at the same time. That's what we have to understand as well. And I think that it's good to view things through logical perspectives and looking in depth. And I think, on both sides, there's two extremes on both sides, that I think it's best to not be extreme on either side and just be in the middle, because a lot of people on both sides have been harmed, like, say, communism. A lot of people died over there. And in Nazism, a lot of people died from that. And thanks, Turning Guns. Thank you. And it's like, so, and God has wrath upon different people and different things and in different situations. And when he, like, promises something, like, he doesn't go back on it. Overall, in the broader sense of things, he can allow a punishment or something to happen, and then he'll, like, change his mind, like what Turning Guns is saying, and then fully bless the people if he so chooses, because God does what God wants to do. And I'll also say that not every single person in a group is necessarily doing something bad or wrong. Like the children that, you know, in those situations, like over in Germany and what happened with what the Nazis did. You know, that was very terrible what happened. Those children had nothing to do with, say, a certain bankers and different things. And same thing in Russia. The Christians that were persecuted by the communists, they didn't do anything wrong. So, you know, it's best to not generalize a whole group, in my opinion. And Latina says, should Christmas lights be left on all night or turned off like 11 o'clock at night? That's a good question. We leave our Christmas lights on all the time. That's what we do here. So I think, in my opinion, you can leave the Christmas lights on all the time if you want, or if you want to turn it off at that time, that's fine too. Alright, 188 gold. Okay. Let's see what this island has. And I think we just recently put up some Christmas lights over the bar over there. Okay, I didn't know about this custom about turning the lights off at 11 p.m. Some things we have, like candles and things, we would turn off. And also, but we just leave them on all the time. But some things we will turn off, but not everything. We got some. We got some Spanish zombies here. These are the skeleton ones. These aren't the undead. Well, these are undead. It's called the undead conquistadors. That's what this thing I'm fighting is. But the other ones are complete zombies where they just don't die. They're like from the Flying Dutchman. There's a certain type of magic. Aim at that one and fire. Ooh, we got a treasure chest. And these are the above ground graves that I talk about. Yeah, Christmas is every day. And I do like Halloween also. That's cool. Oh, it looks like I used all the ammunition from that. It was from the. It was the lead. I didn't know I was using the lead. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to use this sword instead. Let's put some tonic in there. Yeah, Christmas is a great time, and I love the smell of. Although we have fake Christmas trees, I love the smell of the real Christmas trees. A little bit outnumbered here. Let's see how I do. Oh, I got both. I'm getting them pretty good. Get this Spanish Conquistador, gold, and something else. Nice. And Latina says she loves a movie, A Christmas Story. Notice that the cable stopped playing Christmas Story during Christmas time is 6 now. I know why. You'll shoot your eye out. Shoot your eye out. Shoot your eye out. Yeah. Yeah, that sounds like a good movie. Uh, and it would be nice if they play that more on cable because there's a lot of stuff going on. It'd be Christmas movies are should be played more often. And also we have, let's see, I like the Polar Express. That's a good movie. Here we go. I do need to heal myself right now because I didn't realize the health was that low. Alright, there we go. This is an interesting island. Pretty cool. Graveyard. See if there's anything else here. Oh, they were Latina. Thanks for letting me know. I like that. That's a good radio station you told me about. I'm going to say something in a moment. I'll drink some water. Nice beach. go to another island. And the other island king said I was just at is like a British fort. I like treasure and stuff. It's very interesting in Pirates. Alright. Go to this island way out the way over there. Let's see. Okay. It's going 18 knots. And Turning Gun says, couple nights ago, listening to the interview Art Bell aired in 1994 was fun. It was with Mike McCurrum, the Time Machine guy. Mike Merkham. Okay, thank you. And also, I'll say one thing is that like I remember when I was a kid, there was this. Say this one more thing. There's this summer camp that a lot of people went to in New Orleans, and it was a Jewish themed one, and it was very interesting. And a thing that I had a conflict with some of them was about the Christianity, the differences with the Christianity. So like, as a young person, I got to experience like some of the sentiment against Christ that was there, and I did have a girlfriend there, and then there were some problems with my Christianity, and it ended terribly. So, like, more than like you, Latina, I would understand more about the harsh feelings towards them. But as Christians, we have to forgive people for things that they, do wrong. And through God's help and researching more about it, I came to the conclusions I did about it, and I don't have to go and dislike people over this and that, because I don't want to be another statistic. You don't want to be controlled by people and stuff. So that was just one more thing that I'd mention about that. And I do think Christmas is a very good time to have. And a lot of people, like in the communist countries and stuff, they would celebrate New Year's, but they wouldn't celebrate Christianity. They wouldn't celebrate the Christmas part. And it's unfortunate with the atheism that happened in these different countries. And it's good in our country we're able to have Christmas and different things like that. And also, basically what happened was, I like these Christmas trees, and the Christmas trees had snow on them. And basically, I always thought that was very fascinating to me because my mom would get that in the house down the street, and they would have blue lights on them. Exactly, turning guns. Amen. He said to forgive them, for they do not know what they do. And, there is an Austrian painter who was a small hat himself. He was one himself. And all he did was, do the opposite of what you think they would do. And, he worked with those people to help give them their country they have. So you would think he wouldn't do that, but there's something called controlled opposition also that people have theories about and stuff. And which there's a lot of bogus conspiracies and stuff like that, but basically I think that people, there's something called the self-hating group. So in my opinion, the Austrian painter didn't like something about his own identity and things that were going on at that time period also. So he went and acted out on that. But see, I and other people, you don't have to act on that. You forgive other people for things they do wrong. We're all sinners. And I think it's good that they have their own land, their own country, because they went through a lot of things. At the same time, I do think the people in the other country next to it, they also should have their own place too, as well. And they should coexist. Thank you, Chad. I like this discussion. And that sounds very interesting about what Turning Guns was saying. Well, Latina mentioned about what Turning Guns, Time Machine, the book or movie. Latina, remember we were talking about the movie. I have not seen it yet, but I remember her and I were talking about the Time Machine movie. And it's a very good one. And also, I think that the concept of time travel is very interesting. And they say that with in Christianity and religious people, they all think that it's basically impossible to time travel, that science and religion both agree on that. But I think the movies and things about it are very interesting. A lot of times in SpongeBob, they went out and did things like that. They went out and had a time machine. They went back to the prehistoric times. And Latina, you and my mom both have great movie suggestions. It's really cool to chat with all of you. And Latina, very cool to tell me about that radio, about AM radio. Very good. Very good information. You always provide good information for the conversation in general. And also Turning Guns and everybody else that comes to this stream or watches it, they're good. They're cool too. And also Turning Guns says it was Art Bell Coast to Coast. Yep. Yeah. Now, Turning Guns, do you know about time travel? Do you think it's possible, or do you think that it's not, it couldn't happen? If you know anything about that field. Latina says something very interesting right here. In 1995, then 21-year-old Michael Macram stole 6 power transformers from Mississippi Power Station for a large-scale time machine was attempting to construct. I didn't know that, Latina. Thanks for telling us about that. I know about this. I always learn something new from y'all. All right. All right, so we got a new crewmate on the ship. Here we go. We're gonna do some more ship explosions. Turning Gun says, I think the time is an element. And like any other on the periodic table, I think only it affects us in the flesh. And Latina thinks that I think that time travel is possible. Other dimensions would have to exist, and other dimensions exist, and definitely possible for heaven to exist in the midst of science freaks. I agree, Latina. Amen. Amen. I totally agree with that. Because, you know, they always say trust the science and all that stuff. It's just a bunch of nonsense. Like, basically, people in that, of course it can. In spite of what anything science says, you know, I definitely think that that stuff's true. And he says, yeah, I thought it was 94. It was fun to interview for sure. Yeah, it definitely sounds like it was. Turning Guns. Definitely. Got some more people in the crew. That's great. Alright, here we go. I'm switching around and we're going to go and attack this ship. Yeah, so that's very interesting. I had to talk to a friend about the time travel thing. Awesome work, crew. Let's go get some more of these zombie undead ships. And thank you all for being here, and I enjoyed the conversation very much. As you know, we talk about the interdimensional alien beings on here. Now I'm getting close to this other ship that I'm going to go and attack. Oh yeah, here we go. Going to this other part. SE, I might go over some stuff in a little bit. I do like I do like the idea of doing these little gaming streams a little bit longer and like a little bit more in depth. But yes, I'll probably go over some things in a little bit, yeah. After we dock. So I think the gaming channel is so interesting. Also, as I was saying earlier, I like the diverse content that I do. And I got to explore some different islands. We got to talk about different things. I enjoyed it. Got some stuff off my chest. That's good. Gotta do that. Okay, here we go. Oh yeah, we're getting more and more of these people. Right on, Essie. Always cool people. How we're sinking more ships. Let's read what Attorney Guns has to say. He was actually building a Jacob's ladder when he discovered a particular distortion in a magnetic field. He was using a modified laser from a CD player to warm up around the air rods in the pole. Well, that's very fascinating. Yeah, here we go. To get plasma, start the arc of the Jacob's ladder. Thank you. I really enjoyed that. That was really cool. They being wild on the ship. They being wild. Love my pirate crew. Here we go. Now, I think we would do fine if we boarded it, but if I went on there, I would have a... and I got lost somehow. There'd be a problem. They would be kind of lost in limbo. I just want to sink ships. Crew's wild. They're just firing for no reason. I like that. We're going to go around the Cape, and we're going to go into the other area and just ashore the ships, and then I'll dock, and we'll probably go and to the other thing. Because I do, I have it in the title. I was going to talk about some other stuff too. But I was, I was also just kind of leaning to a gaming stream. When you have a big crew, you don't really have to do too much. Bulldozer. Now we're going to go and hit this thing. Turning Gun says, then his laser burned up, and he then decided to jump into the voltage up in the lieu of the laser. He went from 240 volts running through a hand wound transfer to borrowing some transformers from the local utility company. We got a bounty hunter. Good night, Latina. Thanks for coming and joining us. All right. Uh-oh. And the mechanism doesn't work until later. That's nice. Yeah, hit this thing. Yeah, let him have it. Stupid. Now we're gonna go get the big ones out here. This should be a piece of cake. Right here. Oh, we got the bounty hunter. Loser. He looks like he's running away. Come back here. Ready for a trick. Ooh, it's gonna get him good. Cuba. Where's Cuba? Cuba, Cuba, Cuba. I'm gonna find it. Oh, it's right over there. I reached a high level again. Alright, here we go. We sunk it. Whoa, the big one's out here. That's the big one. Oh, I know what the Dunning-Kruger effect is. I know all about that one. Whoa, there's two of them. Wow, we got ourselves a field day. Alright, we're getting it good. Okay. Nice. Nice crew. Good job. Because the crew's fixing the ship so we don't get messed up. Ah. We sunk it. Hello, Amanda. Glad to see you in chat. As you can see, I have an extended gaming stream. Ooh. Got some more of these weirdos out here trying to hit us. Got some artillery right here. Hmm. Hmm. Okay. Repairing a little bit more. Let's see. Did they repair it? I don't know. I'm just like kind of running around the island to see if they're going to repair it. And if I have to dock, I'll dock right now. I'm outrunning them. We're still getting this enemy ship, and we're like repairing at the same time. What? This is some craziness. Like, I didn't like land. I didn't dock. I just kind of like ran around the island a little bit. All right, we're going to get some more. Oh, here we go. See, we recovered from that. Hopefully this time I'll be a little bit more due diligent and not get it all messed up. Yeah, we hitting this ship hard. That's fantastic. We did excellent. Yeah, that was fantastic. I'm now going to start dancing around. All right, and Amanda says nothing wrong with that. I completely forgot what day it was. This week went by so quick. SE says ups and downs today, and is a little sick, but better now. Turning guns. Nice to see you. Hope having a good evening. Prayers for Ava. Amen. See, on this island we got a lot of pirate stuff. Yeah, and Amanda, as I said, as I may have said before, welcome to the chat. Hope you are having a good day, good time. Well, that's probably what that is. Yeah. And Amanda says, "Alien, thank you. I saw you on the trail chat for." Oh, you saw me there at the chat with my friends. Ah, just woke up and was listening to. I looked down and was like, "Oh wow, there's Alien." Aw, that's sweet. Oh yeah, cause I have a lot of friends over there. I'm everywhere. So how I found them, it was during the Johnny Depp trial, and I was watching The Independent, and me and this other user, Ladybug, that's her name, Byzantine Ladybug, and she subscribed to the channel. We were and the others, this other group of people, and everybody else there were in this. It was storming up to where they were to in West Virginia to down here, and it's like at some point the Independent had a problem, and the Independent wasn't producing any kind of signal, and because they had such a bad storm that the Independent it was not producing a signal. So what happened was they were saying on Law and Crime Network was live, was there, and basically what happened was that's how I found that channel because of the Johnny Depp trial. We all went over there because their thing was live and the Independent was out because of the storm, but they were able to stay live somehow. So that's how we all like migrated over there. It was hilarious. It was absolutely hilarious. So, Amanda, nice to thanks for the shout out. Nice to that you were there too. Yeah, because everybody was like, because I have friends there, and I was like, some of them were like just meeting me from a couple of days ago in one of the other law and crimes channels, and they were like, so they were trying to figure out who I was, if I was somebody they knew, if I was Matt. Is this guy in Wales? I'm like, no, my name's Hans, and I'm from New Orleans, and I'm just like another character in this outfit. Pretty much, that's like what I was saying, and they're glad to meet me. They like a little bit. They like to know more about me. So yeah, I'm all over YouTube. I'm on different live chats everywhere. Like it's I'm all over the place. And Amanda, I also like crime videos too. Great minds think alike. And the crime videos, they were. It's always interesting to see, and I think you sent me an email of something like that one time. Oh, Amanda, I remember that trial. I remember that. So that trial, that dude was like a snake. He really was. I remember like last year there was this character Darrell Brooks, and it was this black dude. He was being really defiant against the judge, and he had some nerve. And because he like drove over a bunch of people at a Christmas parade, and he was like he thought it was funny. And then like when he was like about to be sentenced, he was just saying, "Oh, he believes in Jesus Christ, and he doesn't know why this thing happened." It's just you do better than that. It's to bring religion into this. That's even worse. SC, that's very interesting. Thank you for sharing. Yeah, I like the trials. It's the trials, the crime videos. It's really cool. No kidding, Amanda. That's ridiculous. I'm triggered. All right, yeah. So I think that is absolutely ridiculous. But as I was saying, nice to see nice that you saw me earlier, Amanda. And basically, I will engage more with the law and crime people because sometimes I wasn't like I'm around there, but I wasn't around as much as I could be. So around more, and they're really excited about it. Remember, my friend Mike was there. He was funny. Like I was so Amanda, I was telling one of them like something to the effect of that he was an alien too, and I'm like, well, okay. And I think I was telling him I think the lizard aliens are talking about a Mike, and he said, "Oh yeah, I'm real popular with that community." It's like people are funny on YouTube. That's what I like about the platform. People are funny. Yeah, there we go. Thanks, Amanda, for sharing that. I could even look into it. Okay. Yeah, and Amanda says, Alien, you like talking to people way more than I do. She said she just wants to listen to the case. And she says, I like your group because it's small and the chat doesn't just go by super fast. Thanks, Amanda. Thanks. Yeah, because I understand, because that was something I was discussing earlier. Like, y'all like the streams and stuff, and you could even be referencing to that stream too that it's small, but it's not really small. But you could have been referencing that too. But I think you really mean this stream more than that. But basically, what you're saying is that yeah, it doesn't go super fast. You like it a small little group. I understand. That's what I was talking earlier about to Mary. That they like the small group. Hello, JS. It is the Den of Thieves. It's to see the thieves. Yes, it is. Good to have you here, man. Amanda, my day was very good. As you know, I went as law and crime, and I talked to them, and I helped my grandma with some things, and I cut my front grass and their front grass, and I had a good day. And I looked at the garden a couple of times, and I basically fed cats too. I fed the little kitties, and they're playing musical chairs with their food. They're real funny. All right, go and hit this ship, and then I'll talk about some things. I'll go over some stuff for a little bit, and that'll be it. Yeah, because I know what you mean. What y'all talking about? I totally agree. It's just insane. JS, I thought you were talking about something about like saying like, "Hey, is this a Sea of Thieves?" Like you're like, like making a saying up. But I understand you mean, is it the what the game is called? Yeah, so it's like it's Pirates of the Caribbean Online. All right, JS. All right, because I do like the gaming aspect of the channel. I do like that. Yeah, shout out to SE. It's good that he posted a video. I'm glad that he did that. And I saw half of it, and I haven't like commented or liked it yet. And also, SE did good on the that video about that guy McGraw. He did great. I remember when I watched that video SE did, and it was like I was in the apartment, like the outside of the apartment. It was raining, and I was like in there, and I binged watched SE's video about that whole thing. Like I was binge watching his videos, and SE did excellent covering that. He did very well with that because it's like I remember the dude. It's like he was very self centered. McGraw, he really was. I think I'm saying his name right. If I'm not saying his name right, somebody can correct me. I think I'm saying it right. So I watched the trial and everything. Yeah, he says, yeah, make sure you like it. LOL. Thank you always. Like if you can. Yes. I was gonna go back and watch it. I was about to go live, so I had to like do a lot of preparations to get out here. But yeah, I'll go and like complete it later. And Amanda, I still talk about like news and stuff. I tell you about. I still talk about that too, like you requested, as I talk about a variety. Okay, on this channel, I talk about a variety of different things on this channel. So I'm not gonna not talk about the topics. Like I'll still talk about movie reviews and the news and whatever else, the aliens. So it's like it'll be like a rotated cycle of different things. Like a check. It's like a Chex mix of things. Yeah, see, I understand. Lady Ballers. Did I see Lady Ballers yet? No, JS, I haven't. I've been kind of busy with some stuff, but I'll definitely check it out. And thanks for reminding me. There's a bunch of movies I haven't seen yet, but I added to the list of things when I do watch them. Alright, so this island contains more crabs. Thank you, Amanda. I appreciate that. That's a pretty cool gun. I want to say that one. Let's see what thing I want to give up. Let's throw that out. Awesome. Alright. This island just has some more wasps and crabs and things. Alright. Now, let's get into the other part. We'll talk about this other... We'll talk about this we're talking about in the chat. Alright. Look at all these Karen wasps. Let's get this other window out. Okay. Google. Okay. Let's go and end the stream. And not end the stream. Let's go and end the game part, and we'll go into something else. Alright. Let's go to new part 2. Alright, we're about to go into the other part of the stream where we're going to talk about some things. Other displays. We're going to go into the other displays. Excuse me. Okay. I've not heard of that, JS. I've not heard of that. Okay, so I want to look at this situation. Okay, we're going to copy this and paste it here. Say retrial. No. So basically, like this was the murder trial that we're talking about. It was this dude, and you know, during his time in his trial, my opinion from observation of it, he really didn't show any remorse or anything about it, and he just seemed very self-centered. 5 people in a train track in Tennessee. 4 out of 5 were by when they were coming out witnesses. Oh, I didn't know that. JS, thanks for sharing. Turning Gun said the survivor of Clinton. Yeah, so that's the guy we're talking about before. Well, Paige jumped on me. Okay, that's better now. And this is Darrell Brooks. This guy who rolled over all the people. Like, that's what I was talking about earlier. This dude was like crazy in the courtroom. It's like it's hard to believe after the nerve of what he did, and that's what he does. Like, horrible stereotype right here. And remember, she was trying to like get him to wear a suit over and over again, so he looked more professional looking. And they had this big dialogue about it. It's like some people are just like missing some screws in the head and missing a brain. Period. All right, turning guns. Understood. All right, so yeah, that was him. He did that to those people. Evil. Dude's a goof. Okay, I was thinking of something. I am back to Earth now. Okay, let's see if there any news about this. Set in a separate case. Alright, so I said on this thing way earlier about alien updates. News and chilling. Alright, so we have some couple more things to cover. Okay, here we go. Let's get right into the news. Aliens. See if anything going on with aliens. UFOs, how astronomers are searching the skies for alien probes near Earth. Alright, here we go. There has been an increased interest in unidentified flying objects. UFOs, ever since the Pentagon's 2021 report revealed what appears to be anomalous objects in U.S. airspace, dubbed Unidentified Aerial Phenomena UAP. See, they admit that it was called UFO, but now they call it UAP as a deflection, in my opinion. Fast forward to 2023, and NASA has already formed a panel to investigate the reports, appointed to a director for UAP research. A newly founded Pentagon desk has also released footage of mysterious metallic orbs. What is perhaps most remarkable is that David Grush, a former intelligence officer, testified under oath before the U.S. Congress, stating that he had interviewed around 400 people involved in the secret programs dealing with crashed UFOs. And further reading. I am interested in searching the sky for alien physical objects which may one day tell us whether we are alone in the galaxy. Consider this within our own Milky Way galaxy. There's 40 billion Earth-sized potentially habitable habitatual planets. I'm not too sure how. If, I know how to pronounce that, but the way it's spelled sounds different than the way you say it. Habitatual planets, but spelled like habitable. Interesting. Human ingenuity has enabled us to engineer the launch probes like Voyager and Pioneer capable of reaching the closest stars. We've initiated efforts such as the Breakthrough Starshot program, which aims to reach nearby star Alpha Centauri in just a few decades by exploring innovative population methods. Sending probe may be more economical than sending out radio or laser communication if there is no need to hurry. Thanks, JS, for letting us know about that. If humans can send a probe to another star, why couldn't another civilization send a probe to our solar system, such as a probe could make it to the main asteroid belt and lurk on an asteroid, or it could make its way to Earth, entering our atmosphere it observed. It would be branded as a UFO, a civilization capable of producing and sending probes could dispatch millions of them on exploratory missions throughout our galaxy. Some may argue that such probes could only exist if they adhere to the laws of physics and engineering as we understand them today. However, humanity is a relatively young civilization, and our knowledge is constantly evolving. While humans have dreamt of flying for millennia, as we gaze at the skies, it has only been 120 years since the Wright brothers achieved the first powered flight. That's about as long as Albert Einstein's published his theory of special relativity. And also, I think that this makes sense, and this is very interesting about the correlation between what humans want to do and about the aliens and stuff. It makes perfect sense. And JS, thank you. It's very interesting information, very interesting story to share with us. As always, is it really so difficult to imagine that a civilization that is hundreds of thousands of years older than ours might have learned more about the laws of physics or developed a few more engineering tricks? If a civilization were to evolve into artificial intelligence AI, that's interesting. It might survive for millions of years. This could mean it would casually regard slow to a neighboring star as nothing more than a leisurely stroll. That said, few astronomers felt impressed by the U.S. Navy videos of government reports. We need significantly better evidence and data than what has been presented so far. Unveiling UFOs. How can we test whether there are extraterrestrial probes near Earth and whether they can be tied to the possible UFO phenomenon? There are many opinions analyzing materials from potentially crashed UFOs could give irrefutable proof. This would require state-of-the-art techniques to determine if these wrecks exhibit exotic or distinctly different characteristics of manufacture. Obtaining such exotic samples, if they indeed exist, may prove challenging. They are rumored to be in the hands of private companies, but newly proposed legislation might offer solutions to the problem in the United States by mandating that all artificial materials from any non-human intelligence be surrendered to the U.S. government. In the projects I lead, we are searching for artificial non-human objects by looking for short light flashes in the night sky. Short flashes typically occur when a flat, highly reflective surface, such as a mirror or glass, reflects sunlight. It could, however, also result from an artificial object emitting its own internal light, such as short light flashes sometimes repeat and follow a straight line as the object tumbles in space during its orbit around the Earth. This is why satellites often appear as repeating light flashes in the images. And yeah, exactly, Chad. I totally agree about that situation completely. And also, Turning Guns, thanks for sharing that. I didn't know about that. So, in this article about the aliens, they're saying such short light flashes sometimes repeat and follow a straight line as object tumbles in space during its orbit around Earth. This is why satellites often appear as repeating light flashes in images. Historical photographic plates taken before the launch of the Sputnik 1 in 1957 have revealed the presence of line light sources, transients that appear and vanish within an hour in a small image, defying astronomical explanations in some cases. The transient light sources are even aligned just when short flashes came from moving objects. Yeah. Yeah, Turning Guns, we'll make a memorial for you. Turning Guns knows facts. So they're talking about these things in the sky that they're seeing. The Sputnik, the Sputnik was a Russian space, not a space laser, wink wink, but it was a Russian space satellite that was in the sky. And this Sputnik revealed the presence of 9 light sources, transients that appear and vanish within an hour in small image, defying astronomical explanations. In some cases, the transient light sources are even aligned, just like when short flashes come from moving objects. And Also, so the Russian satellite was able to see these UFO things in space. These things are blinking and stuff. So there's some type of extraterrestrial thing out there beeping and doing signals and things, and that is just very intriguing to me. The most recent finding of this kind shows three bright stars in an image dated July 19, 1952, coincidentally the same time as the famous Washington UFO flyovers. The three stars were never seen again. So, and this is in 1952, going all the way back there. Searching for alien probes in the modern night sky presents a serious but necessary challenge. A new research program known as the ExoProbe searches for short light flashes from potential alien objects with the help of multiple telescopes. To verify the authenticity of each flash, it must be observed in at least two different telescopes, since these telescopes are separated by hundreds of kilometers. Any light flash caused by an object within inner solar system enables the measurement of the parallax, the apparent shift in the position of the object as seen from two different points, and calculation of the distance to the object. So that is very intriguing about the in depth about how this works. And it's okay, JS. It doesn't. If sometimes people talk about different things, it's all right. But it's all right. It's all good. And thank you for your comment about derailing the chat. All right. Because some people that like rewatch it say that they may get distracted by it. As some people say, but personally, I think it was interesting information. Thanks. The X-Probe project also uses its own methods to filter out light flashes from the millions of space debris fragments and thousands of satellites cluttering the sky by adding a telescope taking real-time spectra, the wavelength distributions of light of objects in a wide field. You can analyze the transients before they vanish into nothingness. Finally, increasing the number of telescopes further enhances the accuracy in measuring the parallax, determining the actual three-dimensional locations of the object. See, it's from different dimensions. Aha. Hear that, SE in chat? Different dimensions. Ultimately, the goal is to identify any potential alien object, bring it back to Earth for further study. Some 60 years of searches for extraterrestrial civilizations in the radio frequencies have yielded no candidates whatsoever. We find ourselves at the moment in time when new paths must be explored. That means we can finally focus our attention closer to home. Regardless of the outcome, this journey is certainly an homage to our insatiable curiosity. Before you go, the world is complicated, but the conversation helps you understand. Our editors identify the experts, and it's a cool article and a cool people. So So that's the newest update that they're trying to look for it and some back history about it. Let's see what this is about. From News Nation. Congress seeking info about alleged UFO crash retrieval program. Parts of the records disclosure measure stripped from the defense spending bill. Senator Chuck Schumer, House, got blocking transparency efforts. On that I disagree with them on. You know, they need to definitely figure out what's going on with the UFO stuff. And let's see when this was from. It was from December 7, 2023. All right. Turning Guns. I'll definitely go look that up, all right? Watch the full fourth. Okay, that's nothing to do with this. Okay, here we go. Washington. News Nation. Lawmakers have been on quest to learn more information about an alleged secret UFO crash retrieval program, but the effort seems to have hit major turbulence. Key proportions of an unpredicted measure to disclose classified government records relating to unidentified anomalous phenomena, or UAPs, have been stripped from annual defense spending. Bill unveiled Wednesday night. The UAP measure was sponsored by Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer, he's from New York, Democrat from New York, and Republican Senator Mike Rounds of South Dakota, and it would disclose records to technologies of unknown origin and non-human intelligence. Oh, I didn't see that. JS says, Alien, did you see the James Webb Foundation found a mirror Milky Way galaxy? Hey, I'm going to look that up after this. After I answer that question from Turning Guns, and then I'll go to that. Alright. Television retrieval program. Key proportions. Okay. Key proportions unprecedented measure to disclose classified government records relating to unidentified anomalous phenomena, or UAPs, have been stripped from annual defense spending bill unveiled Wednesday night. The UAP measure was sponsored by Senator Majority Leader Chuck Schumer and the Republican. I'm rereading this by mistake. Mike Rounds of South Dakota, Republican. It would disclose records of technologies of unknown origin and non-human intelligence. Alright, however, the measure doesn't go nearly as far as Schumer intended. He blamed House Republicans for fighting back against his efforts for more transparency. The measure I championed with Senator Rounds would create a board just like we did with JFK assassination records. Interesting. To work through the declassification of many government records on UAPs, this model's been a terrific success for decades. Schumer said it should be used again with UAPs, but once again, House Republicans are ready to kill this bipartisan provision. Two key pieces of his measure were ultimately stripped out per News Nation sources after influence from House Intelligence Committee. Wow. Turning Guns, you're a genius. And tonight we're getting a lot of great information about the different things from you, and I'm learning a lot by what you're saying. And so is chat and those watching. He says, in a string theory, physics tell us that subatomic particles that make up the universe are created with 10 spatial dimensions plus 11th dimension of time by vibrations exquisitively small super strings. It's like Interstellar, that movie Interstellar. Yeah, so great information. One provision who has created a 10-person panel, each person chosen by the president to sort through which records would immediately be disclosed. The second would given in the government full possession of all recovered non-human technology currently kept by private entities like the defense contractors. The risk for confusion and misinformation is high if the government isn't willing to be transparent, Schumer said. Sources had been telling News Nation for weeks these pieces of the bill were at risk of being cut. A bipartisan group of House members have raised alarm bells, saying even their efforts as sitting lawmakers to get access to UAP information were being stonewalled. And exactly, basically, it just depends if they're going to reveal the truth or not, if the government's going to reveal the truth. Because we will not know what they'll reveal or not. Sources had been telling News Nation for weeks these pieces of the bill were at risk of being cut. A bipartisan group of House members have raised alarm bells, saying their efforts as sitting lawmakers to get access to AP information were being stonewalled. So we don't know exactly like what the government's gonna be honest about it or not. If the non if none of this exists, this is all false. Why at every turn are there people trying to stop the transparency of the disclosure? Said Rep. Jared Moskowitz, Democrat, Florida. The pushback to disclosure, according to the bill itself, is national security. It now includes a whole list of exemptions for disclosing UAP records, including if the records threaten national defense, compromise national intelligence, threaten sources and methods of intel gathering, or compromise any federal agent. Those lists of exemptions, sources say, are incredibly broad and may provide cover to the block disclosure of meaningful revelations. So we see that with the alien situation, they may not be completely honest about the situation or transparent. They may lie to us about what's really going on, or not like tell them the true information about what happened. They're just going to tell them about, some kind of cover story about it. They're going to not reveal the information at all. We really don't know. It's like the right hand doesn't know what the left hand's doing. And we'll see what this really secret organization says. So that's their chat. There's your alien update. All right. Let's see. What is the 11th dimension? The 11th dimension is a characteristic of space-time that has been proposed as a possible answer to a question that arises superstring theory. The theory of superstrings involves the existence of 9 dimensions of space and 1 dimension of time for a total of 10 dimensions. So, yes, Turning Guns, you're correct. Alright, let's see. James Webb finds mirror Milky Way galaxy. Astronomers using the Webb telescope found another galaxy that's almost mirror image of our galaxy as an infant. It's nicknamed the Sparkler, like Sparkles the cat. That's because it has about 2 dozen glittering globular, I could say it, globular clusters orbiting it around it. There are also a few dwarf galaxies there being swallowed up by the galaxy. I didn't know about that. Thanks, JS, for sharing that with us. All right. And Turning Gun says, I think it was Einstein that coined the term space-time by adding time to dimensions as one describes the universe. I didn't know that, and that makes perfect sense. He was very brilliant. And then he says, but gravity clues us into more dimensions. That's very interesting, yes. Yeah, JS, I totally agree with you about that theory as well. He says, I always rushed off the infinite other universe stuff, but that was some crazy stuff to see. Oh yeah, JS, I agree with your opinion about that and about the other part that it was kind of crazy to see that there was something like that there. Yeah, very interesting. Absolutely. All right, so we're going to Euro News. The pen, yeah, the Pentagon U.S. warship. Multiple commercial ships come under attack in the Red Sea. Recently, there's been an attack and in the Red Sea, And basically, this. Let's see, is this new or this old updated? I don't know. This might be something old. I don't know. Let's see. No, that was from April. But something happened. Yeah, let's go this one. Yeah, because that was something from some other time period. Alright, here we go. USA Today. U.S. Navy ship attacked in the Red Sea by Houthi. I don't know what that is. Militants. How it unfolded. So this is from December 5th. The Navy destroyer USS Carney shot down 3 drones launched by Iran-backed Houthi rebels in Yemen during the ballistic missile attacks on 3 commercial ships in the Red Sea Sunday. And Turning Gun says about, I think, the other thing I was talking about, and obviously to ones that can see morels can realize other elements, like I was discussing before about the time being on the table of elements, the lack of it. Thank you, Turning Guns, is very interesting. So, as I was saying, the Navy destroyer USS Carney shot down 3 drones launched by Iran-backed Houthi rebels in Yemen during the ballistic missile attacks on 3 commercial ships in the Red Sea Sunday. The attacks took place in international waters over the 7 hours, combined with an increase in clashes between Israeli forces and Hezbollah near the Lebanon border. The assaults could mean an expansion of the war in the region, the USA Today reported. The Houthis claimed responsibility for the 2 attacks against the commercial ships, but said nothing about the Navy ship. The Carney and Al-Ghrai Brocade class guided missile destroyer was unharmed. 2 of the carriers were damaged. How drone attacks happened. USS Carney shoots down drones over the Red Sea. Right there. Drink some water. Okay. How the attacks unfolded in Sania, Yemen. Time 8 hours ahead of the U.S. Eastern Time, 9:15 a.m. The U.S. Carney detects an anti-ship ballistic missile fired at the bulk cargo ship MV Unity Explorer from Houthi-controlled areas of Yemen. 12 p.m. While the international waters, the Carney shoots down an unmanned aerial vehicle launched by Houthis headed toward the Carney. Turning Gun says, but he gave up on the M theory because it leads into a ball and planes points of inferential reference. I've not heard that word before. And theoretical dimensions with outnumber. No, Turning Guns, you're not rambling. You're saying facts. Central Command later says the drone's specific target was not clear. We cannot assess at this time whether the Carney was targeted of the UAV. Central Command says the Carney sustained no damage or injuries. 12:35 p.m. The Unity Explorer reports it's been struck by a missile fired from Houthis. The Carney responded to distress call of the beginning's damage assessment the Carnay detects a second incoming UAV and destroys it. The destroyer is undamaged, but the Unity Explorer reports minor damage from the first missile strike. 3:30 p.m., a Houthi missile strikes the bulk carrier MV November 9 while in international shipping lanes in the Red Sea. The carrier reports damage but no casualties. 4:30 p.m., the bulk carrier MV Sophie II sends a distress signal saying it's been struck by a missile. As the Carnay responds, it shoots down another UAV launched in its direction. The Carnay later reports no significant damage to the carrier. The U.S. Carnay is guided by missile destroyer. That's awesome, turning guns, that you also like that too. The U.S. Carnay is guided missile destroyer, so this is the destroyer. He said it was Higgs boson that turned him off. Thank you, Amanda. Nice that you're listening. Range approximately 4,400 nautical miles. Speed in excess of 300 knots. Crew 329. Home port Mayport, Florida. Armament: standard missiles, Harpoon missile launchers, Tomahawk missiles, MK-45 5-inch 54 caliber lightweight gun, torpedoes, beam width 66 feet, length 505 feet. The U.S. Carnay is part of the USS Gerald R. Ford aircraft carrier strike group. It was dispatched in the Middle East along with the strike group in October. On October 19, the destroyer shot down 3 cruise missiles and several drones launched by Houthi rebels in Yemen. The Defense Department said the weapons might have been directed against Israel. On October 19, the Navy destroyer U.S. Carnay launches missiles into Yemen to retaliate against Houthi rebel drone and missile fire. According to officials, the ship repelled multiple attempts on Sunday. So that's them repelling the missiles. Who are the Houthi rebels in Yemen? Key areas of control conflict in Yemen: Houthi forces, Southern Transitional Council forces, Yemen government forces, Natian resistance forces, contested areas. The USS Carney detected an anti-ship ballistic missile attack fired from Houthi-controlled areas of Yemen. Yeah, shout out to Turning Guns. Brilliant man. I've learned so much from him too. It would be nice to also talk to him in person as well. I had a geometry teacher I learned a lot from in school, was the headmaster, and so I learned some stuff about it. And it's nice to meet like-minded people, and glad that you're here at Turning Guns and to share your great knowledge with us. All right, the Houthis are a Zaydite Shiite movement that has been fighting the Sunni Muslims. Reminds me of a joke. Majority government in the civil war in Yemen since 2004, according to the Wilson Center. They are believed to be backed by Iran. The rebels took control of Sana'a, the capital of Yemen, in 2014, and much of northern part of the country in 2016. See how these like dictatorships take over everything? Well, the Houthis, these people got some names, man. Began launching aerial strikes against Israel after the Israeli-Hamas war started. It said it would launch attacks to help Palestinians to victory. Alright, so there you go. That's this conflict that's going on here. Alright. Oh, yeah. Amanda likes to learn about a lot of things, like with things that we talk about here. Yeah, she thinks it's very interesting, and yeah, Turning Guns, yeah, should be very fascinated by it. Because, it's very interesting, and yeah, she likes to learn a lot. So we see a correlation here. Something about this is that I talk about silver in this channel a lot, and the silver reserves have been raided recently by the army I saw, and also this event has affected the price of silver to cause it to dip because it was going up really high, and then it was like, and when something's going up too high, then it causes a dip. So basically, what happens is we have the situation where this conflict is affecting the prices of different things in the economy and stuff. So that's a interesting perspective because, in my opinion, silver has a lot of is underestimated, it's underappreciated, and it's used in a lot of things, and the price is being manipulated completely. And just recently, I was seeing that this had to do with it. and the Egyptians valued silver more than gold. So that's just something I'm interested in precious metals, and that's something I want to share about that. And we have this situation here with the ship, and it's causing a lot of interesting issues. And there's going to be a lot of things going on with this war, this conflict over there. It's certainly causing a lot of confusion, a lot of economic situations to occur. Right? Yeah, Amanda, I don't know how you survived without coffee either. This is a that's a destroyer, and what's my man say right here? Turning guns. That's strange to see a ship description without a tonnage of displacement. Just saying. There, that's a good point. I like that. That's a good point. Thanks for bringing that up, and I agree that I don't know why they didn't mention that either. And that's when they were of defending themselves against the attack on the Red Sea. It's like the pirate game, but modern version of it. That's very interesting. Let's see. Okay, gaming updates. It's showing. Okay. All right. And the likes, not likes, views, 26. Nice. Our usual people we have here. And Turning Guns, I appreciate all of you here. Shout out to the mods and to the people in the chat and people that are listening and stuff. And JS provided interesting information too. And Turning Guns, I also want to thank you for the information you shared about the mathematics and the science and stuff, because some people that I talk to about these things just don't take it seriously or think it's not true, but you acknowledge it's true and you went in depth and detail about it. And we both like the ships, those old sailing ships. That was also pretty interesting too. Very interesting earlier. Very interesting. Thanks, Amanda. Right back at you. And also, I like how this conflict escalating causes a chain reaction of other things, like a domino effect, to all kinds of things like the economy, the prices of this or that. I think that is very intriguing. That's something I can't stress enough. And this is a little bit more about the map of it. And I think tomorrow's live, I'm gonna talk about like food again and some more news and things. And I'll the talk about the food one. I want to talk about that one. Yeah, yeah. So this is a map of from 4 days ago of the conflict that happened, and that's where they were attacked. All right. Interesting ships. I remember like when I was doing the grass earlier. It's really nice weather. It's really like cool weather. It's nice and breezy. But the cats, of course, they like to be warm. Like I was feeding the cat earlier, the two cats earlier today, and they're in a warm blanket right now outside. I really like that they're keeping warm. Yes, yes, turning guns. Also, it's a cool season, nice season and festive. And I like the astronomy and stuff. It's so interesting. And I've been seeing a lot of that in the yard at night. And Pepper's been doing great. I've been bringing them in right now. Amanda, I want to let you know the peppers are brought in because it's a little bit cold for them, even if it isn't freezing. So I brought them in their area along with the tropical flower from the Caribbean. So I am glad I got that done. And the other plants are doing great. The turnips and the beets. I had to kind of move some of the beets around a little bit because some possum or a cat walked on it briefly, and it caused it to want comfort. And that is the situation with the garden. These curries are very interesting. I like the way like the metal that's involved in this. I think there is a ship. Yes, there's a ship that was created out of the metal from the World Trade Center collapse. That was made into a cruise ship. I mean a warship. I'll go and put that right here. Yes, Amanda. Yeah, she says, "Alien, that's good. Nice that you can do that in the winter time, so you can grow things all year round. Love it. Yeah, facts." And you like French cuisine? I like that too. Turning guns. Let's see. Let's see. The U.S. Navy, the U.S. Navy's USS New York, an instrument of freedom and peace, was commissioned on November 7th, 2009, in New York City, cutting through the water with a bow forged from 7.5 tons of World Trade Center steel. The USS New York carries much more than just name of the Big Apple wherever it travels. USS New York. Okay, so this is the USS New York. So this was created out of the World Trade Center tragedy. It's a beautiful ship. It's even a similar color to the World Trade Center. I like it. Oh yeah, that's awesome. You've been drinking Earl Grey, Amanda. Awesome. Yeah, it's great they made a ship out of that. Yeah, they got a lot of steel from that wreckage, obviously, because of that whole tower that went down. Like the American flag is nice. Ships have really come a long way turning guns from the pirate era. I wonder what they would think of these kind of ships that could just go anywhere they want to go. Yeah, SC, you need to try it. I remember I was talking to you all about tea a little while back, and basically, you know, as you know, I recommend you try it. It's very good. Let's see. Yeah, Turning Guns says they would probably think that it was an alien invasion if an old Christio Columbus seen a ship like that. Oh yeah, Turning Guns, absolutely. I totally agree. And then we have A1 submarine dive trail. And that's a submarine underwater. That's very interesting. I like the submarine information. Well, I have an article about tea right here. Let's see where the it's basically like black tea. Let's go here. All right. Okay, I see. Good morning. Have a nice day. This is a. I don't use this website anymore, but this is a website I invented a long time ago. And it says black tea and its origins, why you need it. Lowering bad cholesterol. Drinking tea is, in general, can lower LDL, little protein, especially black tea. LDL is based in large amounts because it brings cholesterol throughout the body. It's supposed to be through, not like through a football. HDLO is better increased amounts because it brings cholesterol away from the body. Wrong through, it's like through, not through a football. Through the liver and then leaving the body. Plaque build-ups are responsible for heart attacks and strokes. Having a healthy gut, reducing serious diseases. Black tea has antimicrobial properties. These repair your digestive system's lining. This process helps your healthy bacteria in this organ to have balance. This organ being in good condition will help decrease serious diseases and your health in general. Polyphenols. I probably said that wrong. Phenols. Polyphenols. Scientists have tested this component in black tea and has shown to fight various cancer cells. This is not a cure, but it can greatly decrease the power production of cancer cells. Tea being drank regularly has shown to decrease these bad health effects. A substance in large amounts can go a long way. Review summary. Classic This classic drink can increase focus and health. I highly recommend it. It will not. It will out too much sugar for more health experience or use more with creamer or plain as you like it. As a lifelong tea drinker, I strongly favor this. I put flavor, but it's like favor. So, history of this drink. So we have those ships that I show in the pirate game. Yeah, shout out to Essie. And this game, it's like the game. And this tea begins in China, like most teas. This tea was most likely created by fermenting tea leaves in the stages of fermenting things, like wine, color changes. So these tea leaves turn black. So this is how the tea was created. The nice sailing ships above are carrying many crates of it with rum, in my opinion. Rum was drank by sailors with line to prevent scurvy and for fun. But while on sea, hopefully the journey wasn't made any more dangerous. In 18th century British society made this tea famous. The autocrats had this tea because of the price. As Europe started growing, the price became more affordable, and then all Europe was drinking this. Nepal, China, Taiwan, plenty countries in Asia grow it as well. Yeah, turning guns. This was an error that I made a couple of years ago. It was something that I did a couple of years ago. I didn't use the grammar correctly. It was something I did a little, but I know the grammar. I know the errors I made now, but back then, that's what I did. All right, let's see. And about the Earl Grey specifically, let's see. So this is about Earl Grey. For Earl Grey, right? For your afternoon, you can try Earl Grey, a type of black tea with mildly strong citrus flavor with slight grapefruit, much more mild than the Irish breakfast and English breakfast tea. Origins of Earl Grey date back to 1850s, 1960s. The earliest reference to the merchant William Grey in 1852. It is also believed to be after the death of the second Earl Grey. Earl Grey tea is nice and mild, but with a stronger taste and less citrus than Lady Grey. I don't add sugar or milk, but perhaps you may if you would like stronger tea. English or Irish breakfast tea would be best. If you like lighter tea with citrus, look right below. So that is information turning guns about Earl Grey, and this was a website I created a long time ago, and I did make some grammatical errors with it. It wasn't BT, but it was me. But now Like I see the errors now, but back then when I was writing these things, I didn't really like think about the grammar too much. But now I would if I was writing that again. This was a couple of years ago. And I guess if I had ChatBT here, it would be a whole comedy show of different grammatical errors. And also, Lady Grey is very similar. Now, finally, Lady Grey is the softest, lightest tea of this list. So it's related, turning guns, to Earl Grey, but it's like a lighter version of it. And these are all English teas, turning guns. Now, finally, Lady Grey. Lady Grey is the softest, lightest tea on this list. It's warm lemon peel and citrus taste, great for the afternoon. Very similar to Earl Grey, but not as strong. This black tea, like others, can be drank, I would say not drunk, with sugar and milk, but I would drink tea with just its natural flavors. If you would like a lighter tea, Lady Grey is right for you. Lady Grey is recent invention by Twinings themselves, which is the tea company I like. During the 1990s, this tea was named after Mary Elizabeth Grey, the wife of Charles Grey. The Nordic market thought Earl Grey was too bitter, so now we have a smoother version of Earl Grey. Oh, okay, Amanda. Well, glad you learned something new. So this is the list of characteristics. Lemon taste, citrus, smooth, light flavor, usually 30 to 60 mg's of caffeine, reddish color. And also with Earl Grey, and this is my backyard. That is a palm tree we have back there, and inside it's a French coffee cup, but I thought it was a cool effect for the tea. So the list of characteristics for Earl Grey turning guns is mild but strong flavor, citrus flavor, slight grapefruit, 30 mg's of caffeine per cup, color orange red. And also, this was a bonus in the article I made about how to drink black tea cold, hot or cold. So this is and also okay, turning guns. Yes, I thought that's what you meant, but I also want to, because I know it's like on the screen, and I just want to point that out, that I made a couple of errors on this. And also, turning guns, I understand your point. Thank you. And I do agree with you about that, with the grammatical errors, with those other ones. And thank you, chat, for liking this. So this was something I made. Like, I took a picture of this. I would take the tea and heat it in like a microwave, and one of these things, and I don't quite recall what they're called, but they're like, it's for heating things. And also, so this is Earl Grey, chat. And see the lemons in there, and I put ice in it. So you can make, turning guns, you can make ice lemon tea. And also with ice lemon tea, like, so first I'll read the instructions in the article, but first what you do is, it's like you heat the tea up, and then you put ice in it and put lemons or whatever in the summer. So first, boil tea water on the stove for 3 to 7 minutes, or put it in the microwave for 2 to 3 minutes, then add the tea leaves when it's done heating. Make it cold. Pour tea in measuring cup. So that's a measuring cup above. Pour tea in measuring cup after it cools. Wait for tea to cool down. get plenty of ice, then put it in a measuring cup and stir. Never forget the lemons. And Amanda says, Alien, you have made sun tea. It's amazing. I don't think I have. I think I have, but I have to look up what, see if I get that right in my head. What sun tea is. I'm not too sure. I don't think so. And this is some cat pictures. So this is a cat meme I made. It's Bubbles. And it says, when Santa forgot to put catnip in your stocking. And it has like, the way I took the picture, it has a Christmas tree in the background, which is right over there. And it has his eyes glowing. And he's like, when Santa forgot to put catnip in your stocking. And this picture is my grandparents' cat, Sylvester. Which I haven't made shorts about him yet, but I do have videos of him. And it's everyone when the alarm goes off in the morning. And that's him on his back. And he's very fat. And my grandma gets angry at him. And these were the affiliate links about the different tea. Like buying English breakfast tea, buy mint tea, buy Earl Grey. Those were some affiliate links I made about that. And then this was bonus tea for you, the appreciated reader. So this is Darjeeling. This photo is right outside. It's like right out the back door over there. And we have these Buddha statues. We like the Chinese statues. So, and it's like right in front of that. And that's the package is very unique than the other tea. And Darjeeling, pure black tea. So, and that's it in the grass outside. This was during spring. That's what the grass looks like. You have some like Spanish wildflowers, well, Mexican wildflowers, and some of the other winter plants, and that's the Darjeeling. It's 100% pure black tea. And we're going to get into territory that Turning Guns and I like to talk about. You call him Charlie Tomcat. Tomcat. Charlie Tomcat. That's good. And here we have a very unique tea. Darjeeling is a region in East India. Tea plants were first planted in this region in the mid-1800s. It is a very light version of all the other black teas on the list. It's a cross between Chinese and Indian tea blends. It's a very light, transparent color. It's good for your health and stimulates the good bacteria in your digestive system. It also could be good for oral health. Also, it has gold hues and a woody incense. 100% pure black tea has the same effects as the other teas, but light yet strong taste. Usually 120 mg's of caffeine, and that's like the link to buy it. And final statements. Let's say thank you again for reading this article. Caffeine contains and contents and facts can vary on how it's steeped, and other facts could vary depending on tea, leaves, etc. Disclaimer: if someone doesn't get the health results with the tea drinking, it's not my fault or the website's fault. And everybody has a blessed day. That's what I said. And okay, Amanda, thanks for telling me about it. And really, from the beginning of this article, I'll go back up. So here's Twinings tea product guide with fun activities. That's my British flag with some of the tea on it. And, like the Mad Hatter drinks Earl Grey. The Queen like Earl Grey. So it's like some cool people like the tea. So below there are secret deluxe black tea products with teacups below, and here are some interesting facts about the tea company I recommend. Twinings is a tea company that has been around since the 1706. It originates from England. Black tea is very good for your health. Black tea would be an odd but healthy thing that was never added before to a vacation or to a date. Another post I talked about the benefit of black tea. Explorers brought tea from the tropical mysterious lands, and you can explore which of these ancient drinks are best for you. There are some reviews on the different variations of Twinings black tea, I must say, and the inflation's going up and gas is going up. And so you don't have to drink tea because of all the stuff that's going up. It's relaxing. It's a healthy activity to do with your date or with your friends or whatever. When teacups were invented in Asia. They were imported by the East India Company to UK during the reign of King George the Fourth. The cups were created with clay porcelain manufactured in China and India. China in ancient times used tea as medicine. Drink tea like British nobility below. And that's a piece of the palm tree. English breakfast tea. So this tea is a stronger black tea, is one of the stronger black teas. Black tea is much stronger than green tea. Both are very important and good for health in the morning. I like to drink this as well as other flavors. English breakfast tea was tea invented in 1892 by Robert Drysdale. He was one of the greatest Scottish tea masters. He wanted to create a tea that could go with an English breakfast and good for people to start off in the morning around 42 milligrams of caffeine. It's very strong black tea, very rich taste, combination of various tea leaves such as Assam. Classic taste, not as strong as Irish breakfast tea. Red color, caffeine, 42 mgs. Irish breakfast tea. Have a lucky morning, leprechaun, with Irish breakfast tea. Irish breakfast tea is stronger than Earl Grey breakfast tea. It has red hue with a finished steeping. Tea introduced to Irish by Samuel Bewley, a great pioneer of the introduction of tea to Ireland. In the mid 18th century, it came from China to Ireland, contains around 40 milligrams of caffeine. Irish breakfast tea has very strong taste compared to some others. I don't personally don't add sugar. Perhaps you may if you would like tea that is less strong. Scroll real low. Sir Arthur Wing said, "Where there is tea, there is hope." And that's my palm tree in the backyard. And I just talked about Earl Grey and the other ones. It's here. And this is one made about the hurricane. Well, that's good, turning guns. I'm glad to hear that. That you helped them out. Hurricane survival tips: evacuate if you can, know your plan, and map destinations. Have water, food, in many days. Emergency supplies: have your smartphone. Change before hurricane to 90 to 100%. Have at least two or at least one backup chargers. 100% for phones. If you have to go outdoors, which not recommended, wear an army helmet. Have cash in a card. Don't have a generator indoors or around indoors because of carbon monoxide poisoning. Green tea. Getting back to which tea I drink, I had Chinese green tea. Tea is very good and natural taste. I would recommend it. If you're into earthy green tea, many thousands of flavors exist. Why did I choose green tea? It is very soothing, helps with oral health, reduces anxiety. Before natural disasters, all teas do reduce anxieties in various degrees, which is something interesting that those that have anxiety would be interested to know about. And that's them, probably Japanese person doing something with tea. And tea was a medicine. So an apothecary would give people tea to cure things and stuff. It's good to have tea again after a power outage. And I was studying about how tea was medicine. It would be introduced as a type of soup by the apothecaries. It later became a beverage. Chamomile tea is a flavor that is used, for example, tranquilizer, helps pain, induce sleep. Yeah, that was interesting, turning guns. Yeah, so this is information about tea that I wrote about. Alright, let's see. Alright, okay. Okay, here we go. Alright. And yeah, Turning Gun says, I think that the cats need two doors in their little houses, one for escape. Alright. Now I have reached the end of the show. And this was a very good stream. And I'm glad that all of you came. Thanks for all of you that are watching. They're watching the rerun. We had some very interesting conversations. I liked it. And I'll be switching over to the other stream. Alright. Go over here. Alright, so thank all of you for coming, and I do agree, Turning Guns, about that, the prison thing. I'm very well aware of that situation during that time period. Alright, glad that you enjoyed it, Amanda, and Turning Guns, and everybody here. Alright, and see you all tomorrow. Well, later today, technically. Peace.